Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining me for another restful episode of True Scary Stories to help you fall asleep. Today, we're going to be having our weekly compilation of True Scary Stories. I hope you enjoy them. So without further ado, lay back, relax, and enjoy these true scary stories. My grandpa and his hunting buddy were out moose hunting years ago, when my mom was still a kid. They were about an hour into a hike, looking for a big bull, when they decided to split up to cover more ground. My grandpa, after about 15 to 20 of walking through dense bush, came into a small clearing of trees, and a mama grizzly bear and her 2 cubs. Almost instinctively, my grandpa scrambled up the closest tree, just out of the angry mama bear's reach, even kicking at her snout a few times. After circling and scratching at the tree he's in, mama bear ambles off into the brush, her cubs right behind her. When he thinks he's in the clear, he starts climbing down, but a crashing from the same bushes mama bear walked into makes him go straight back up the tree. She must have seen him trying to climb down, because she charged right back at him, now furiously snapping at his feet and shaking the tree. Again, after circling the tree and growling up a storm, she leaves a second time. And again, my grandpa waits, but a little longer this time. He manages to carefully make his way down and sort of speed walks in the direction where he and his buddy parked their truck. Mama bear had definitely been watching, because as soon as he was almost out of the clearing, she came charging out once more. He quickly shot up another tree, this time a little higher up than his previous safe spot. After a good long while of her snarling, shaking, and scratching the tree, and overall just terrorizing my grandpa, she left, this time a little faster. My grandpa was in that tree for what seemed like an hour, listening carefully for any movement. But after about half an hour, he slowly made his way down the tree, pausing every so often to make sure that mama bear wasn't peeking over the brush, waiting for him. After making it to the ground and checking to see if the coast was clear, my grandpa made a quick but quiet getaway back to the truck, where his hunting buddy was waiting, equally empty-handed. When questioned why he didn't bring anything back, my grandpa explained that he just had a run-in with the world's most persistent mother bear, and that was explanation enough. This time last year, I was on a night hike with a UV light, looking for scorpions, and was stalked by a mountain lion. There were 3 of us and a little dog. While in the caboose position, I took a glance behind me and saw something jump off the trail and into the scrub/cacti. It was tough to convince everyone else, but finally the middle person saw my headlamp illuminate its back and tail. Now everyone is confident that we're being stalked. We keep close, and I'm walking backwards in the rear as we approach a trailhead parking lot area. Person in front taps the only occupied car's window and requests that the driver reposition and turn on his headlights. He complies, and then we all saw a fully grown panther about 20 foot off the side of the trail. It knew it was spotted and ran. I'm pretty sure that it was going for the little dog, but it's concerning that he stalked us for like a quarter of a mile in the middle of the night. Been doing less scorpion hunts since then, but I still get out plenty. Things are just a little bit more tense and observant now. Hiking early morning in Hawaii, and my stomach notifies me that it's time to go. I find a porta potty near the trailhead and jump and do my business. Once complete, I flipped my headlamp on to find the toilet paper, but instead find a huge 5-inch in diameter banana spider hanging out in the corner of the porta potty. Trying not to spook it, I slowly reach for the 1-ply. As I do, my headlamp shines on this monster, and it proceeds to freak out. It runs in circles for a bit, both of us losing our minds at this point, and ends up between my legs inside of my underwear. I'm at a complete loss for what to do, but eventually begin wiggling back and forth in an attempt to get this spider to remove itself. That didn't work at all. Instead of exiting the premises, this thing runs up my leg. This is the point where I give up and storm out of the porta potty yelling and screaming, pants around my ankles. No clue what to do to that spider, but it disappeared in a flash, just like my dignity. I'm not a hiker, but I trail rode horses for 15 years growing up. I'll keep this relatively short and succinct because I'd rather not relive the whole thing. I was in the Rockies with my dad one summer vacation when I was 14, and a family of 4 was hiking ahead of us on the trail. They had a good head start. Kids petted our horses before they left the trailhead as we were saddling up. Came on 3 of them just before a bend. We stopped and chatted and asked where the 10-year-old boy was. They said that he was around the bend checking something out. I rode a bit ahead around the bend and found a mountain lion on the trail. It was standing above the boy, blood everywhere. My dad charged his horse at the mountain lion, pulled the revolver that he always carried while we were on the trail, and shot in the air. Gutsiest thing I've ever seen. The lion ran pretty fast into the woods. Dad fired 2 after it, after he had passed the boy, then turned around and jumped off to see to the kid. I came up since my saddlebags had the first aid kit that we carried. The kid was still alive, but my dad had his hand over the kid's throat. Blood was everywhere. The father of the family came around the corner to see what the gunshots were about and saw the boy. There was a lot of yelling, but I don't really remember what was said. I was locked up on my horse. I was a Boy Scout and had first aid training, but I was just frozen there. I don't remember thinking much of anything. I was just in shock. I don't really want to type out the rest, but the younger boy didn't make it. The mountain lion was hunted down by park rangers days later. Found out that it was pregnant and starving, which is why it likely was inclined to target a human. I tell this story here as a warning to any hikers, bikers, or whoever goes out into the woods, especially in places with a higher population of predatory animals like the Rockies. Stay together. Stay armed, with gun, mace, both, or whatever. Stay informed of the dangers. Listen to the rangers and their warnings. Prepare. Take precautions. And for God's sake, don't go by yourself. So me and a friend were out late one night, probably around 10 p.m. or so, and we were chasing the sound of coyotes on the back end of my property. We had a suppressed .22, and we were going to see if we could catch one with that and hopefully drive the pack away from my chickens. Well, we found a nesting spot for a group of deer when we were making our way to the back of the property. If you haven't seen this, it's basically just a flat spot and a patch of grass, or sometimes in the woods, and in this case, a tall patch of grass. Well, anyway, we're coming up past this spot that we saw a nesting area, and we see this beautiful buck. It's not hunting season, and we're not equipped to deal with it even if it was, in addition to the fact that it was nighttime. So we just take the opportunity to enjoy looking at this beautiful 6 to 8 point buck when he turns and looks at us. Now, we're probably 75 yards away from him looking over tall grass, coming through what is probably his nesting spot, or the nesting spot for some of his doe. Now, it's not like he's going to be protective over the spot or anything. We actually expected him to take off and run as soon as he noticed us, but he hadn't. Instead, this 5.5 foot tall, probably 200-pound specimen of a buck starts stamping in front and back feet alternatively. He's making this crazy wheezing noise like a person breathing through a plastic tube. It's pretty unsettling. I've never seen an animal act this way, let alone a deer. Compound that with the fact that me and my friend are out here in the dark, so we just sit there and watch. I've got the gun ready, but I have no expectation of needing it. I figure this buck is just acting funny. It's really early in the rut. He's probably just got his Jones going a little bit too hard, so it's not that big of a deal. Until the thing starts spinning. Just hold on, full spinning in a circle. And then I swear to God, there's no making this up from the thing starts laughing. Not wheezing, not coughing like a man. He laughs. Full on laughing. A clear, chuckling laugh, like a person standing behind the deer and laughing, but it's coming from the deer. Then this thing stands up on 2 feet and bounces through the grass towards the wood lines, and we never see it again, clearing a 4-foot fence in the process. I'm from Florida, and I was volunteering at a local nature conservancy. One of our tasks was to remove fallen logs that were blocking up a creek after a big storm. The creek was about chest deep, 15 feet wide, and opaque brown. Many Florida freshwater bays are brown because of tannins leached into the river from trees. As I'm moving logs, I notice a roughly 12-foot alligator on the embankment that I hadn't noticed before. It then slid into the creek that I was in. I was with a land manager who was moving logs with me, and a herpetologist who was in the canoe. I asked them what to do and they responded, well, those logs ain't gonna move themselves, and that gator's probably just trying to get away from us. Still, spending 30 minutes in a creek that you can't see anything, knowing that there's an alligator lurking near your feet, moving logs which look like alligators, was one of the most nerve-wracking things I've ever done. I've been woken up by a bear sniffing my head once. I was cowboy camping with no tent in Lyell Canyon in Yosemite once, when I hear something sniff right next to my head. My sleep-addled brain thinks it's a ranger on a horse telling me to move my camp. I had hiked about 20 miles that day. You have to be at least 4 miles into the canyon to camp, and I wasn't 100% sure that I'd made it far enough, since it was dark when I set up camp. Anyways, I say just 1 second, set up, grab around for my flashlight, and turn it on to see a black bear a couple of feet away. I holler. He tears off. I get out and empty my bladder and try to fall back asleep until I hear him coming around again. I make a bunch more noise, decide that I'm not getting any more sleep, break camp, and slowly night hike until the sun rises. At the time of this story, I was working until 1 a.m., so I wouldn't get home until 2 or so. I opened the door to the house and felt what I thought was a breeze come by my leg. I don't really pay attention. Walk over to my desk, put my keys down and turn the light on. Right when I do so, there are 2 possums in the act of mating in the middle of my kitchen. They screamed. I screamed, and we began the 3-hour dance of getting them out of my house. I ended up trapping them in a dog cage and dumping them out in the middle of my backyard. I almost petted a possum on accident. I stepped out onto the back porch one night to get some air. The lights were out, but I saw the distinctive white blob of fur that I assumed was my cat, Frank. I went down to pet him, and he looked up at me, at which point I noticed that his face got a lot longer, and his eyes got a lot beadier. Well, it wasn't Frank. I locked eyes with this possum, my hand about 3 inches away from its face. We both froze. Then it took off running into the yard and crashed into the back fence. I was so sure that I was about to lose a finger or two. When I was young, I went fishing with my dad and my best friend. We waded out through some deeper water to reach the shallow sandbar, where we fished for quite a while. The tide came in, and the water that had been just above my ankles was now above my waist. Suddenly, a large shark about 7 to 8 feet long crashed through a school of mullet only a few feet away from me. My dad saw it. My best friend saw it. And for a second, we all three just kind of froze with our mouths hanging wide open. Quietly and calmly, my dad told us to walk back to shore, splashing as little as possible. We did, but the tide had come in, and I wasn't as tall as the other two guys. The deeper water between the sandbar and shore reached their chests, but I could hardly keep my head above the water, while my feet barely bounced along the bottom, and I struggled to hold my fishing rod up out of the water. I was completely helpless, while we knew that a hungry shark was swimming somewhere in the area. It felt like a scene out of a nightmare, trying to run from an invisible monster, but my feet could barely touch the ground, and I was hardly moving. I know, and even knew in that moment, that I had little chance of being eaten by a shark, especially one who was focused on fish. Still, if I ever were to be attacked, that was the moment, and I was utterly defenseless. A few years later, a man was killed just a few miles away when he jumped off of his dock and into the path of a large bull shark that was chasing a mullet. I was very drunk at a wedding on a large property in rural New South Wales. I like to wander and explore when I drink. I was alone and suddenly confronted with a wombat. Wombats are massive balls of muscle. Being the drunk idiot I was all like, "Aw, hello me wombat," and began to approach it. The wombat did not like this. It charged me. It was so fast. My heart stopped and I turned and ran as fast as I could. The little bugger nearly caught me. I sprinted back to the wedding in fear for my life. I was stationed in Japan for 3 out of the 6 years that I was in the Navy. During that time, I leased a Japanese house, and the shower was its own room. Fully walk-in with a tub, bench, etc. It was amazing. So as the post says, I stumble into the shower one morning still half asleep, and out of my peripherals, I see a black flash from behind me and hear a thud. I look into the tub and there's a huntsman spider the size of my hand staring back at me. Holy cow. My best guess is it was on the wall behind me and got scared when I walked in. So I go into attack mode immediately, grab the shower head which was on the hose, take aim looking to drown this thing in the tub drain, and as soon as I turned the water on, it jumped out of the tub onto the wall and ran into the windowsill. The tactic then became opening the window fast and pinching to death in the sill. As soon as I touched the glass, it jumped out onto the wall again and ran out the shower door. Now I'm cornered in the shower, peering out into the powder room to see the huntsman on the cabinet door waiting for me. I sneak to the front door of the house and grab a flip-flop, come back to the powder room and wing the flip-flop at the spider. Hit it, wound several of the legs, but do not kill it. It runs out of the bathroom and underneath the stairs, much slower than it was moving prior. Feeling confident that spider is cornered under the stairs, I grab a can of bug spray and move in to finish it. Looking closely under the stairs, it was a hollow staircase where you could see through the gaps between the steps. I see a black tail curdled over the back lip of one of the stairs, and assume that it's the spider hiding on the back of the step. I hit it with the spray. Enter Mucade Centipede. It dropped off the back of the stair and started charging at me. I immediately peed a little. The front half of its body was up off the floor, and its mouth was visibly biting. It backed me up all the way to the front door as I emptied the entire can of bug spray on it. By the time we got to the door, it was obviously overcome by the chemicals and just writhing around. So I grabbed the other flip-flop and smashed it. It didn't work. I hit it a few times and it would not die. So I turned the flip-flop on his edge and used it like a saw to cut the thing in half. Then I remembered the spider. It was still under the stairs. So I blew under there and it ran out wounded, and I smashed it with the flip-flop saw. Then I screamed at the top of my lungs for 30 seconds. The whole battle took probably 3 minutes, but it felt like a lifetime. I think being naked caused an adrenaline rush 1,000 times greater than if I were fully clothed. When I got to work, I was frazzled enough for my coworkers to notice. Can't tell if it was the worst morning of my life or my biggest triumph, but man won that day. I was cycling up a mountain in the Scottish Highlands. My gran lives there. And as I went around a corner, I came face to face with a huge Highland cow, which was running down the mountain the opposite way. Instead of jumping off the path, I thought the cow would be friendly and edge over to let me by. Big mistake. It threw its head as I went by, almost impaling me and throwing me off the path into a 20-foot tumble down the mountain. I outran a swarm of bees. I was young and in Straya, and we lived on the front of a farm. I went exploring a lot. It was really cool. I found a bee's nest in a huge fallen tree. I had watched a lot of cartoons and wanted to know if the bees would come out in an arrow and get me if I whacked it with a stick. So I did. They did not. I was disappointed and climbed around the fallen tree. The bees do attack, just not immediately, and not in an arrow, in a cloud. Suddenly, they were all around me. I sprinted home, about 2 kilometers, and if I slowed down, the bees caught up. I ran into our yard and shut the gate thinking I was safe. I obviously wasn't and got stung a few times. I deserved it though. Please, don't go beating up animal homes. I was solo hiking in the Porcupine Mountains in the Upper Peninsula of Michigan last autumn. Although I was by myself, there were plenty of other backpackers up there those couple of days. I ran across a bear print in the trail one morning. A few hours later, I rounded a corner of the trail, and about 70 foot up ahead, I saw the hindquarters of an animal with dark brown fur about 2 feet high. I got a surge of adrenaline, and everything started going in slow motion. I started to panic, and just as the poop was about to leave me, the animal lifted its head and it ended up being a black Labrador retriever. Right as I catch my breath, the dog's owner came rounding the corner from the opposite direction and sees me clutching my chest. I'm Australian, so I'm taking my life in my own hands by even walking out the door on most days. However, between the tiger snake that sat up and flared its head like a cobra and then spat at my face when I was 12, and the angry koala that made me climb the bonnet of my car when I was 32, the koala is the most scary. Scene: late night, back dirt road, with a steep drop on one side, mountain wall on the other. Big fat koala in the middle of the road, scratching its butt with one death claw, while the other shoved leaves into its mouth and glared at me with its beady eyes as it willfully ignored my horn. I was tired and grumpy, so I got out and started yelling at it and flapping my arms. Big mistake. The thing growled and lunged towards me. Now, koala arms are bigger than you realize, and they are tipped with death claws that can plunge into hard wood. So I ran back to my car, but wasn't going to make the door. Instead, I lunged at the bull bar and climbed onto the bonnet. Death Claws McGee followed, swinging up like a monkey, still growling like the spawn of Satan's most STD-ridden teddy. I scrambled backwards and up the windscreen, drawing my legs back just in time to see the claws scratching down my windshield. Luckily, they couldn't grip. Scream growling in frustration, the fat, fluffy terror sat on my bonnet and hooked both windshield wipers back and out while it grumbled and grunted not 4 feet below me. Needless to say, I escaped. A passing milk tanker stopped, and the guy used a prod to get the evil, scratchy creature off my car and march it back into the bush and whatever hellish portal it escaped from. The trucker then proceeds to double over in laughter as he helps me down and surveys the damage. So many scratches on the bonnet and glass. The trucker tells everyone that day and the next about saving me from the rabid beast. I am now both mocked and revered. I was tree planting in northern British Columbia. I was working on the same piece as another planter for about an hour. Then I heard a soft thumping sound. I looked up and saw an adult grizzly bear running towards the other planter, whose back was to the bear. I started running towards it, waving my arms and yelling. The bear stopped, turned towards me and stood on its hind legs. I stopped moving and was about 20 to 30 feet away from it. The bear stared at me for about 5 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Dropped back down, turned around and bolted back into the tree line. Saw 2 cubs with it that we weren't anywhere close to, so we figured that it was a mother teaching its cubs how to hunt. I had to sit down for a while after that, because my legs were shaking so bad. This isn't from me, but from my mate. Once on a school camp for 21 days in Alpine, Australia, we were forced to sleep alone for 48 hours. So at around 2 a.m. on the second night, I heard a shout from where he was sleeping. He told me the next morning that a kangaroo stole his hiking pack and that in a panic he threw a water jug at it. Lo and behold, the kangaroo regrouped after a short time and surrounded him in a circle. All he remembered were like 5 pairs of eyes staring back at him in the night. I have yet to ask him how he managed to fend them off. But yeah, that's Australia for you. I have a few good animal stories, but the scariest was getting charged by an angry bull shark. I was down in Florida with my family, and my dad, brother who was 11, and sister who was 6 were all decently far out hanging out when we spotted the shark. It was probably between 4 to 4.5 feet long. My dad and I went shoulder to shoulder with my siblings behind us and started quickly but calmly heading in. This thing must have charged us nearly half a dozen times, at or near full speed, and only broke off when it got within 10 to 15 feet. I don't know if you've ever seen a shark hunt at full speed, but they're significantly faster than I could ever sprint on land. The feeling was like we were in its world, and if it wants one of us, it's probably gonna take one. So we finally get in, and the shark heads down the beach. I look down, and there's another family with a small girl in a life jacket out in the water. So I run down and yell to them, but they aren't listening. I figured that I'm bigger than it, and if it were going to attack me, it would've. So I start swimming out to them. I popped up about 15 feet from the girl with the dad on her other side, and the shark was right in between us. Without thinking about it, I jumped forward and slapped the water, and I think I spooked it. I jumped forward and grabbed the girl, which the dad who hadn't seen the shark didn't appreciate. I pointed it out and gave him back his daughter, and we got back in. He was incredibly thankful once he understood the situation. But yeah, sharks have barely changed in hundreds of millions of years. And that day, I truly appreciated exactly why. Like I said, if it had wanted to take me, I don't realistically think that the 4 of us could have actually stopped it. I was hunted by a big cat while camping. It started early in the day when my friend's dog started barking at the bushes near our campsite. We wrote it off as the paranoid little crap just being his paranoid little self. Let me tell you though, there were times that day that I could just feel something's eyes on me. At dusk, we came across some little animal bones, mostly small things like birds, but tried to write it off as being leftovers from a hawk's meals. I really wish we'd have taken it as a sign and just up and left right there. That night, we could hear something in the bushes. The dog went on full alert, and not in a don't mess with me kind of confident way, but like a, oh crap, we should really leave right now kind of way. All that my friend and I had between us and whatever was in those bushes was a thin tent, and at that point, it became very hard to accept the circumstances. You try to make a tent a fortress made of stone in your mind, because the reality of it becomes too much to bear. Eventually, we did come to terms with reality, and agreed that whatever was making that noise, we needed to do something about the situation, because a tent might not be enough to protect us. So my friend peeks out with a flashlight, and there they are, big eyes in the bushes glowing right back at us. I don't know if any of you had the experience of your blood running cold, but for an instant, I was so cold that it hurt. I don't know how long we stared into the bush, back at the eyes, but it got primal. There was no cognitive thought going on beside my base instinct to just stay dead still. My friend's dog eventually got up the courage to peer out with us, and yipped when it saw the eyes. And then boom, out it came, charging at our tent. It was the biggest tabby cat I ever saw, as big as a Maine Coon. I dang near peed myself as it scampered right past our tent. I never camped out in my friend's backyard again. At a lodging in Victoria Falls, Zimbabwe, a group of baboons walking across the garden, and I took some photos with my camera at the time with the flash on. It must have made the alpha baboon angry who was in charge of them, because he came storming after us and we all ran in the little house, and he was banging on the window trying to break in, it seemed. He had some scary big teeth. I was only around 12 years old at the time. My uncle was from Zimbabwe, so he had a bit of experience with them. When he noticed what was happening, he ran out and chased them away. I'm a geologist, and sometimes need to camp as part of my job. A couple of years ago, I had one such job. I spent 2 months north of Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, camping out of a tent with the other geologists that I work with. We were doing a pretty serious prospecting job. We were camping right next to a small lake, which we swam in to wash ourselves, wash our clothes, etc. Most nights we would hear wolves and foxes howling and screaming. We got used to that. Most nights we'd hear beavers slapping the water with their tails, or moose swimming in the lake, or walking through the brush. Almost every single morning we'd come out of our tent and see bear prints through the camp, coming right up to our tent and walking around. We were pretty good about keeping things clean. We'd store our food in airtight containers inside our truck, burn any garbage, do our business away from camp, etc. We had a small generator so we could charge our equipment like GPS, cameras, and laptops for movies, etc. It turns out black bears really like the smell of gasoline. We had a bunch of jerry cans that the bears kept trying to chew. A few had puncture holes in the handles. Our second to last night in camp, we had left our generator running, forgot to turn it off, and we were just going to let it out of fuel. I was sleeping in my cot in the tent, and something pushed against the back from outside of the tent. I was at the stage where you aren't sure if you're dreaming or not, and I wasn't able to move, so I just sat there and whatever animal kept pushing against the tent. I could hear it sniffing and grunting, and I eventually moved and asked my buddy if he could hear it too. He was also awake, and said that it had been there for a while. I was getting tired of it, so I made some loud noises and it eventually ran off. A little while later, we hear something walking around the tent again, this time going towards the generator. All of a sudden, the generator starts surging, as if it were running out of fuel. Then we hear a really loud noise, a squeal, and then it was as something was crashing through the bush running away from the tent. We take out our lights and check to see what had happened. Around our tent were more bear prints than I'd ever seen in one place. The extension cord coming from the generator had been chewed to heck, and the gas cap on the generator was all mangled. The bear was going after the fuel in the generator. It was one of the most uncomfortable and creepiest nights of my life. The amount of tracks around the tent was wild. There was definitely more than just one bear. It was a good thing that we were leaving the day after, since the bears were getting way too comfortable having us around. I've had a few scary animal encounters, but the only one with lasting effects is from the time that I had a run-in with a whale. I was 10 or 11 at the time and was on a school trip to the ocean. It was nice out, and if you bring a pack of children to water on a nice day, they will all go swimming. Being a fearless little crap and a strong swimmer, I went out pretty far into the water. Around this time, I'd begun having sight problems, so I needed glasses to see far away. I had taken them off so I could swim. I'm treading water and turn to look back to shore and see my classmates waving their arms around. I squint to see what the heck they're on about, and they're frantically waving and pointing my direction. Not putting two and two together, I wave back. Right about that time, a gray whale surfaces right next to me with a full blast exhale and gives me a curious once-over before diving back down. That was the calf. The mom was behind/beneath me. I obviously wasn't a threat, but I got a boop out of her just to make sure. I'm pretty sure that I set some speed record getting back to shore. I haven't swam in the ocean since, and have developed a crippling fear of deep water. When I was 12 or 13, my next door neighbors had this massive pit bull that was always kept chained up in their backyard. Now, when I say this thing was chained up, I don't mean with a standard dog leash type chain. I'm talking heavy-duty towing chain. They got it from a military family member who was being stationed overseas and couldn't keep it. This thing barked and growled constantly, and sounded like it wanted to kill anything that wasn't its own people. I saw it get away one time to chase some kid on a bike by jumping a 5-foot fence. Luckily, the kid had a big enough lead and the owners were out when it happened, and were able to get him back. I used to ride my motorcycle in the alley behind our houses pretty frequently, and had gotten used to the dog barking at me when I did it. I had ridden down to the end, about 6 or 7 houses down, and turned around when I see this dog bolting towards me, dragging about 5 feet of chain behind it. It had pulled apart that heavy-duty chain. I didn't know what to do, so I gunned it straight at the dog. That thing jumped up and hit me square on the chest, taking me off of the motorcycle. We rolled for a second. Then the dog jumped right onto my chest again while I was on the ground. It then attempted to lick me to death. After all the barking, growling, and warnings from the neighbors about how vicious he was, it turns out that he just wanted to play. I told the neighbors what happened, and they couldn't believe it. They thought that this vicious dog would be stuck in their backyard forever. After that, they took him out to socialize him more, and he calmed down, almost completely stopped barking, and would get excited whenever someone came to see him. My dad was a fish farmer in rural Tanzania, Africa. In his first month, he went hiking with some locals to get used to the area and the terrain. He was walking slightly ahead of the group and turned a corner and looked a leopard right in its face. He just stood there for a moment, not breaking eye contact with the huge cat in a fascinated trance. Eventually, the leopard turned and walked away. He then looked down to the other 2 locals he was hiking with and said in Swahili, "Leopard," and pointed around the corner where he'd just been. The 2 locals looked at each other for a second and ran down the mountain as fast as they could. Trekking through the Bolivian Amazon, everyone had told us to expect to not see a single animal, as most are so shy that they stay well away from humans. A lovely day walking, and totally satisfied by seeing some cool frogs, monkeys, bugs, etc. Our amazing guide, Ivan, an indigenous local who was so incredibly knowledgeable, suddenly halts and mimes for us to get down and be totally still, as close to a tree as we can. We hear this otherworldly clicking sound all around us, like a hollow wood block being rhythmically knocked, and suddenly 60 or so pecaries, Amazonian wild pigs, come charging through the forest on all sides. This may not sound too scary, but these pigs were ferocious, and only the night before we heard all about the guy from their village who was out on a pig hunt. They have a free pass to hunt them as they are a staple food. When the herd turned on the hunting party to defend themselves, they all climbed trees to escape, except the unlucky man who couldn't find one and got eaten alive by angry pigs. Needless to say, I totally crapped myself. That does not sound like a good way to die. We also had to wait for 20 minutes after they'd left us, as they release a hormone from an anal gland. It smelled like rancid pate, that when inhaled causes you to become confused. This clever defense mechanism is to stop pursuers. That may be why there is a legend that if you hunt pecaries after dark, they become spirits and disappear. I almost had a mountain lion take off my face. We were sitting in a parked car in the mountains, waiting for my grandparents to finish chatting to their friend. I rolled down the window for a bit for some airflow and turned to chat to my sister. I heard a big thunk and looked over, but my sister grabbed me and pulled me to her side of the vehicle. I just saw a massive paw with its claws out, swiping around where I was sitting. We screamed. My grandparents' friends pulled out a BB gun and shot at the mountain lion. It took off running. My grandparents were completely unfazed. They said, yeah, these things happen. Luckily, you were in the car. Me and my girlfriend were in Kenya on a safari holiday, staying in a lakeside house, Joy Adamson's house, author famous for the book Born Free, where they adopt a lion cub, and we decided to go check out the lakeshore one evening. There was the ricketiest jetty in all of Africa, and I decided to walk out on it. I see some ripples moving across in front, and then they swept back towards the shore. A hippo and her calf come out of the water, all of a sudden moving towards the end of the jetty, where I need to get to safety. I decide to run for it before they block me in, past the two of them, shoving my girlfriend up the steps as they roar and give chase. Two guys fishing started chucking rocks at them to scare them off, but it only pushed them further up the steps towards us. Running into the house and shutting a glass door didn't give us much feeling of security, but sure enough, they turned and headed into the shrub. Got woken up later that night to an almighty grass-ripping sound. The same couple of hippos on the lawn, eating loud enough to wake us right outside our window. All part of the fun of the safari. Growing up on the Gulf Coast of Florida, I spent a lot of time fishing. By the time I was in high school, I was really into spearfishing and generally used a Hawaiian sling. It felt pretty awesome to have nothing but flippers, a bathing suit, a mask and a snorkel, and my spear out in the water. One day, after a pretty good haul with 4 to 5 fish hanging off of my rope, I see something pretty long in my peripheral. Thinking it might be a curious, read stupid, tarpon, I got excited. Turning around and aiming my spear, I see a good 5-foot-long barracuda staring right at me, maybe 10 feet away. For those of you who don't know, they swim very slowly and ominously, seeming to just float along with their big nasty teeth showing, but then attack lightning quick, not giving you any time to react. I've been in the water with sharks tons of times, and you learn pretty quick to respect but not really fear them. But these things are swimming evil torpedoes. Needless to say, I took the half-dead fish off my rope and pushed them in his direction and proceeded to get the ever-loving heck out of there. Last year, my brother and I drove to Alaska from New Jersey. A couple of weeks in, we stopped in Montana. Due to all the snow, lots of the trails we wanted to walk were closed. We'd been camping out of the Volvo to save money on rooms during the trip, and had found a place outside of a trailhead. It was closed, but we found on Google Maps that there was this lake a few miles up that we could go see. We had nothing else to do that day, so we started our trek. It was cold, and a lot further to the lake than my brother had originally thought. 5 miles into our walk, he had to bribe me with a blunt to make it to the lake. I was over it at that point, but little did I know things were about to get much worse. We made it to the lake, and we were both unimpressed and sort of bummed that we'd walk all that way for nothing. So we turned and began back down the mountain road. You could see miles ahead of yourselves on those roads. We made turns around a corner after a long stretch, and I felt my brother's hand on my chest, stopping me in my tracks. His eyes were fixed on something in the distance. I looked at what seemed like 2 deer. They were far away, so we stood and waited. No, much too big to be deer. Maybe a couple of moose? Terror washed over the both of us as one of the shapes stood up on its hind legs, confirming that we were thinking about but didn't want to say. That was a bear and her cub. I look at my brother, who'd been telling me about how bears can run up to 30 miles per hour earlier in the day, unsure about what to do. They were far away. We started to walk backwards to the corner that we'd just come around. Once we were completely around, we ran as fast as we could. Probably another half mile before we slowed, and then we found a bathroom area off to the side that was unlocked. We figured we'd wait there to see if the bears kept coming. If that happened, we'd have to hole up in the bathroom for God knows how long. Already exhausted from the previous miles walked, the running didn't help, and we still had miles to walk back. While we didn't see those bears again, I was pretty shaken up about it walking back to the car, in all honesty. First thing I did when I got to Alaska was buy a can of bear spray. My buddy and I were hiking through the brush in Algonquin Park one early autumn afternoon. We were maybe 5 kilometers from camp when we came upon a moose lunching in a bog about 50 to 70 meters away. The little bit of trail, moose or deer, not a ranger marker trail, we'd followed ended here. There was the narrow path we'd come along, thick tangled brush to one side, bog to the other, and a hill with a sheer face jutting up in front of us. And the time it's taken to look around the moose had silently halved the distance between us. So we opted for the hill. Climbing it was like a cartoon, all crumbly, muddy surfaces, with roots sticking out here and there to grab onto. My buddy is up ahead of me and just destroying everything he touches, showering me with dirt. I'm about 3.5 meters up. The moose is directly below me, and I'm holding on to a small group of springy roots. Panicked a little, then scrambled up the last couple of meters. We're all excited, like, haha, screw you, moose. And then we hear snapping twigs. The moose just walked through the tangle, as only a moose can do, and had started up the hill from the easy slope side. Crap. We booked it for a long while. Just as we thought we were safe again, we came across fresh bear dung. Like, still steaming fresh. We decided to take a dry riverbed as far as possible at that point, to be as noisy as possible. We made it back to camp after a long, circuitous route, right at sunset. Started dinner and laughing about the day, when the stupid moose appears at the edge of the lake, maybe 200 to 300 meters away. It started screaming the craziest noise ever and mashing its hooves on the rocky shore. It was insane. Then it just vanished. We were scared to go to sleep that night, in case he wasn't alone with us, but eventually I zonked out. That's when I realized my buddy talks in his sleep. I woke up to him freaking out due to a dream about wolves. This story will leave you questioning what lurks in the shadows of small-town America. This is the story of the Springfield Three, a disappearance so baffling, it's left investigators scratching their heads for decades. It all began in the quiet town of Springfield, Missouri, in the summer of 1992. Cheryl Levitt, a single mother, and her daughter, Suzanne Streeter, were looking forward to a night of celebration. Suzanne had just graduated from high school, and what better way to mark the occasion than with a girls' night in? They invited Suzanne's friend, Stacy McCall, over to join the festivities. But as the night wore on, what should have been a joyous occasion turned into a nightmare. The next morning, Cheryl, Suzanne, and Stacy were nowhere to be found. Their cars were parked outside, their purses and belongings left behind. But of the women themselves, there was no sign. As news of their disappearance spread, the tight-knit community of Springfield was thrown into a frenzy. Search parties scoured the town. Investigators combed through leads. But as the days turned into weeks and then months, hope began to fade. To this day, the fate of Springfield 3 remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history. What happened to Cheryl, Suzanne, and Stacy on that fateful night? Were they abducted by a stranger? Or did someone closer to home hold the key to their disappearance? Theories abound, each one more chilling than the last. Some speculate that the women stumbled upon something they weren't meant to see, while others believe that they were targeted by a predator, lurking in the shadows of their own community. But one thing is for certain. The truth is out there, waiting to be uncovered by those brave enough to seek it. Until then, the Springfield Three will remain a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface of small-town America. This is the captivating story of Amy Lynn Bradley, a young woman whose disappearance on the high seas continues to baffle and intrigue to this day. In the balmy summer of 1998, Amy embarked on a Caribbean cruise adventure with her family, seeking sun-soaked days and the promise of adventure on the open waters. Little did they know that their journey would take an unexpected and harrowing turn, forever altering the course of their lives. As the cruise ship glided through the azure waters, Amy, with her infectious smile and zest for life, reveled in the excitement of the voyage. Yet, one faithful night, amidst the laughter and camaraderie, tragedy struck. Amy vanished without a trace, leaving her family stricken with shock and disbelief. The details of that night remain shrouded in uncertainty, like a dense fog rolling in from the sea. Some speculate that Amy, perhaps disoriented or overcome by the allure of the ocean, may have accidentally fallen overboard, swallowed by the vast expanse of water that stretched out before them. Yet, as investigators delved deeper into the case, darker theories began to emerge. Could Amy have been the victim of foul play, abducted from the safety of her own ship by someone with sinister intentions? Sightings of a woman bearing a striking resemblance to Amy have been reported over the years, tantalizing clues that offer a glimmer of hope to her family, but also raise unsettling questions about what really transpired on that fateful night. The years have passed, but the mystery of Amy Lynn Bradley's disappearance endures, etched into the annals of maritime lore like a cryptic message in a bottle. Her family, haunted by unanswered questions and the ache of loss, continue to search for answers, clinging to hope, even as the currents of time threaten to wash away their resolve. As the sun sets on another day, casting a golden glow upon the restless sea, one can't help but wonder what secrets lie hidden beneath its shimmering surface. And until the truth is finally revealed, the enigma of Amy Lynn Bradley will remain a haunting reminder of the fragile line between serenity and peril on the high seas. Let's dive into the haunting mystery surrounding Rebecca Corium's disappearance, unraveling the threads of intrigue and uncertainty that have captivated the world. Rebecca, a vibrant and adventurous young woman, found herself embarking on the opportunity of a lifetime in 2011 when she secured a position as a youth counselor aboard a Disney cruise ship. It was a dream job for the 24-year-old from Chester, England, allowing her to combine her passion for travel with her love for working with children. However, what began as a journey filled with excitement and promise soon took a chilling turn. On March 22, 2011, while the ship was sailing off the coast of Mexico, Rebecca vanished without a trace. The circumstances surrounding her disappearance are as baffling as they are distressing. Initial reports suggested that Rebecca was last seen on the ship's deck, talking on the phone, her demeanor appearing troubled. However, conflicting accounts emerged, with some crew members recalling seeing her in good spirits earlier that day. One of the most puzzling aspects of the case is the alleged CCTV footage that purportedly captured Rebecca in a distressed state shortly before she disappeared. However, the footage has not been publicly released, leaving many questions unanswered. As news of Rebecca's disappearance spread, a massive search effort was launched, spanning both the ship and the surrounding waters. Despite the extensive search and rescue operations conducted by maritime authorities, no sign of Rebecca was found. It was as if she had simply vanished into thin air. In the wake of Rebecca's disappearance, theories and speculation ran rampant. Some suggested that she may have fallen overboard, a tragic accident that would account for her sudden disappearance. Others, however, entertained darker possibilities, hinting at the potential involvement of foul play. Rebecca's family, devastated by her disappearance, refused to give up hope. They tirelessly campaigned for answers, calling for a thorough investigation into the circumstances surrounding her vanishing. Private investigators were enlisted to aid in the search for clues, yet the truth remained frustratingly elusive. As the years passed, the case of Rebecca Corium's disappearance continued to captivate the public's attention, featured in documentaries and news reports that sought to shed light on the mystery. Yet, despite the passage of time, no conclusive answers have been found. To this day, the fate of Rebecca Corium remains unknown, her disappearance serving as a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden beneath the surface of the sea. Until the truth is uncovered, her family and loved ones continue to cling to hope, their hearts filled with the bittersweet memories of a young woman whose light was extinguished far too soon. Buckle up, folks, because we're about to journey into one of the most perplexing mysteries in recent memory: the disappearance of Maura Murray, a young woman whose vanishing act in rural New Hampshire continues to baffle investigators and armchair detectives alike. In February of 2004, Maura, a 21-year-old nursing student at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, seemingly vanished into thin air after crashing her car on a desolate stretch of road in Haverhill, New Hampshire. What began as a routine drive quickly spiraled into a baffling enigma that has left countless of questions in its wake. The events leading up to Maura's disappearance are shrouded in mystery and speculation. On the evening of February 9th, Maura borrowed her father's car and set off on a journey north, ostensibly to take a spontaneous trip to the White Mountains. However, her plans took a dark turn when she lost control of her vehicle and crashed into a snowbank along Route 112. Witnesses report seeing Maura at the scene of the accident, seemingly unharmed but visibly shaken. Strangely, when police arrived just minutes later, Maura was nowhere to be found. It was as if she had vanished into the wintry night, leaving behind no trace of her whereabouts. The subsequent search for Maura spanned days, weeks, and eventually years, as investigators combed through the rugged terrain of New Hampshire's wilderness in search of clues. Despite extensive efforts, no sign of Maura was found, leading to a myriad of theories and speculation about her fate. Some believe that Maura, distraught and disoriented after the accident, may have wandered into the woods and succumbed to the elements. Others entertain the possibility of foul play, suggesting that she may have encountered someone with ill intentions in the remote wilderness. Compounding the mystery are several puzzling details surrounding Maura's disappearance. In the days leading up to the incident, she exhibited behavior that some describe as erratic, including sending cryptic emails and withdrawing money from her bank account in what appeared to be preparation for an extended absence. As the years have passed, the case of Maura Murray has garnered widespread attention, inspiring countless armchair detectives to delve into the details in search of answers. Documentaries, podcasts, and online forums have all sought to shine a light on the mystery, but the truth remains elusive. To this day, the fate of Maura Murray remains unknown, her disappearance serving as a haunting reminder of the mysteries that lie hidden in the shadows. As the years stretch on, her family and loved ones continue to hold out hope for answers, clinging to the belief that one day, the truth will finally be revealed. Prepare to journey back in time to an era enshrouded in intrigue and mystery. This is the enigmatic tale of Benjamin Bathurst, a British diplomat whose vanishing act in the midst of the Napoleonic Wars has left historians and conspiracy theorists alike scratching their heads for centuries. It was the year 1809, and Europe was engulfed in the flames of war as Napoleon Bonaparte's empire expanded to reach across the continent. In the midst of this chaos, Benjamin Bathurst, a respected British diplomat, found himself on a perilous journey from Vienna to Hamburg, tasked with navigating the treacherous political landscape of the time. However, fate had other plans for Benjamin. As he and his entourage made their way through the war-torn countryside, disaster struck. In the small town of Perleberg, Germany, Benjamin disappeared without a trace, leaving behind nothing but speculation and conjecture. The circumstances of Benjamin's disappearance are as mysterious as they are perplexing. Some suggest that he fell victim to habits or enemy spies, abducted in the dead of night and spirited away to an unknown fate. Others entertain the possibility of more nefarious forces at play, suggesting that Benjamin may have stumbled upon a dark conspiracy that led to his untimely demise. Adding to the intrigue are the accounts of eyewitnesses who claim to have seen Benjamin in the days and weeks following his disappearance. Some reported sightings of a disheveled and disoriented man wandering the countryside, while others claimed to have heard rumors of a British diplomat being held captive in a nearby castle. Yet, despite the passage of time and the tireless efforts of historians and amateur sleuths alike, the truth behind Benjamin Bathurst's disappearance remains elusive. His fate remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the Napoleonic era, a riddle wrapped in the fog of war and the whispers of history. To this day, Benjamin Bathurst's vanishing act continues to captivate the imagination, inspiring countless theories and speculation about what really happened on that fateful day in 1809. As the years stretch on and the shadows of history grow ever deeper, one can't help but wonder, will the truth ever be revealed, or will Benjamin's fate remain forever lost to the sands of time? This is the perplexing story of Joan Risch, a young mother whose disappearance from her suburban home in Lincoln, Massachusetts, continues to haunt investigators and armchair detectives alike. It was the year 1961, and Joan Risch was living the quintessential American dream: a devoted wife, a loving mother, and a pillar of her community. But on a seemingly ordinary October day, that dream took a nightmarish turn. On the morning of October 24th, neighbors made a disturbing discovery. Joan's 2-year-old daughter, wandering alone outside their home, her clothes stained with blood. Inside the house, they found signs of a struggle, bloodstains smeared across the floors and walls, and a telephone ripped from its cord. But of Joan Risch, there was no sign. She had vanished without a trace, leaving behind a mystery that would baffle investigators for decades to come. The events leading up to Joan's disappearance are as confounding as they are disturbing. Witnesses reported seeing a mysterious figure, possibly Joan herself, wandering the neighborhood in a disoriented state on the morning of her disappearance. Some even claimed to have heard screams coming from the Risch home in the hours before she vanished. In the days and weeks that followed, a massive search effort was launched, spanning the town and its surrounding areas. Yet, despite the tireless efforts of law enforcement and volunteers, no sign of Joan was ever found. Theories abound as to what may have happened to Joan Risch on that fateful day. Some speculate that she may have fallen victim to foul play, abducted by an unknown assailant who lurked in the shadows of her suburban idyll. Others entertain the possibility of a more sinister explanation, suggesting that Joan may have staged her own disappearance, driven to desperation by hidden demons or unspoken secrets. Yet, amidst the uncertainty and speculation, one thing remains clear. The truth behind Joan Risch's disappearance may never be known. Her case remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history, a haunting reminder of the fragility of life and the darkness that lurks just beneath the surface of suburban tranquility. As the years stretch on, and the memories of that fateful day fade into the midst of time, one can't help but wonder, what really happened to Joan Risch? And will her fate ever be revealed? Or will she remain forever lost to the shadows? This is the chilling story of the Jamison family, whose mysterious disappearance in the rugged wilderness of Oklahoma has left investigators scratching their heads and sparked countless theories about their fate. Bobby, Sherilyn, and their young daughter Madison seemed like the picture-perfect American family, but in October of 2009, their lives took a dark and unexpected turn when they vanished without a trace while on a trip to the Sandboys Mountains in eastern Oklahoma. What began as a routine outing soon became a nightmare of uncertainty and fear. The family's abandoned truck was discovered on a remote forest road, its doors unlocked and their belongings scattered inside. But of the Jamison family themselves, there was no sign. As news of their disappearance spread, search parties scoured the rugged terrain of the Sandboys Mountains, hoping to find some clue as to their whereabouts. Yet despite their efforts, no sign of the Jamisons was ever found. The circumstances surrounding their disappearance are as perplexing as they are disturbing. Friends and family members reported that the Jamisons had been acting strangely in the days leading up to their disappearance, with Bobby and Sherilyn expressing fears of being watched and leaving behind cryptic messages about evil spirits and demons. Investigators delved into the family's background, uncovering a tangled web of financial troubles, strained relationships, and whispers of paranormal activity. Some speculated that the family may have fallen victim to foul play, while others entertained the possibility of a more supernatural explanation, suggesting that they may have encountered something otherworldly in the remote wilderness. As the years have passed, the case of the Jamison family has only grown more perplexing, with theories and speculations swirling like the leaves in the autumn breeze. Yet despite the efforts of law enforcement and amateur sleuths alike, the truth behind their disappearance remains elusive. To this day, the fate of the Jamison family remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries in American history, a haunting reminder of the darkness that lurks just beyond the edge of civilization. As the years stretch on and the memories of that fateful day fade into legend, one can't help but wonder, what really happened to the Jamison family? And will their fate ever be revealed? Or will they remain forever lost to the wilderness? Let's journey back to the year 1900, to a time when lighthouses stood as solitary beacons of hope in the vast expanse of the ocean. and the rugged shores of the Flannan Isles bore witness to a mystery that would echo through the ages. In the early hours of December 15th, a routine supply visit to the Flannan Isles lighthouse took an ominous turn when the relief keeper, Joseph Moore, arrived to find the island shrouded in an eerie silence. As he climbed the steep path to the lighthouse, he expected to be greeted by the familiar faces of James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur, the three keepers stationed at the outpost. But to his mounting alarm, there was no sign of them. Entering the lighthouse, Moore found it in a state of disarray. The door to the living quarters stood open, chairs were overturned, and the clock had stopped ticking. Yet, despite the signs of a hasty departure, there was no trace of the keepers themselves. The only clue to their whereabouts lay in a cryptic entry in the lighthouse log, penned by Thomas Marshall on December 15th, which simply read, "Storm ended. Sea calm. God is over all." Concerned by the absence of the keepers, Moore signaled for assistance, and a search party was dispatched to scour the island for any sign of them. Yet, despite their efforts, no trace of James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, or Donald MacArthur was ever found. It was as if they had vanished into thin air, leaving behind only questions and speculation. As news of the disappearance spread, the Flannan Isles mystery captured the imagination of the public, sparking a flurry of theories and conjecture about what may have befallen the keepers. Some suggested that they may have been swept away by a rogue wave or succumbed to the harsh elements that battered the island. Others entertained the possibility of foul play, speculating that they may have fallen victim to a quarrel or an accident gone awry. Yet perhaps the most chilling theory of all is that the keepers simply vanished into the mists of the Atlantic, snatched away by forces beyond human comprehension. Tales of supernatural phenomena and otherworld apparitions have long haunted the Flannan Isles, leading some to believe that the keepers may have encountered something far more sinister than the storms that raged around them. In the years that followed, the Flannan Isles mystery became the subject of countless books, articles, and documentaries, each attempting to unravel the enigma of what really happened on that desolate outpost. Yet, despite the passage of time and the tireless efforts of historians and amateur sleuths alike, the truth behind the disappearance of James Ducat, Thomas Marshall, and Donald MacArthur remains elusive. To this day, the fate of the keepers of Flannan Isles Lighthouse remains one of the greatest unsolved mysteries of the sea, a riddle wrapped in the mist and the spay of the Atlantic. As the waves continue to crash against the rocky shores of the Flannan Islands, one can't help but wonder, what secrets lie beneath the surface? And will the truth ever be revealed? Or will it remain forever lost to the depths of the ocean? Ray Gricar's disappearance is a perplexing enigma that has puzzled investigators and intrigued the public for years. To fully appreciate the complexity of this case, let's delve deeper into the life and circumstances surrounding the vanishing of this former district attorney from Centre County, Pennsylvania. Ray Gricar was a seasoned prosecutor with a distinguished career spanning over 2 decades. Known for his unwavering dedication to justice and his commitment to upholding the law, Gricar had earned the respect and admiration of his colleagues and the community at large. But in April 2005, his life took a startling turn when he inexplicably vanished without a trace. The events leading up to Gricar's disappearance are shrouded in mystery and speculation. On the morning of April 15th, 2005, Gricar informed his girlfriend that he was taking a drive, intending to spend the day exploring the countryside. He left his home in Bellefonte, Pennsylvania, and set off in his red Mini Cooper, never to return. Hours turned into days, and days into weeks, with no sign of Gricar. Concerned friends and family members reported him missing, sparking a massive search effort that spanned the region. Despite the exhaustive efforts of law enforcement agencies, volunteers, and search dogs, no trace of Gricar or his vehicle was ever found. The discovery of Gricar's car added a perplexing layer to the mystery. On April 16, 2005, his red Mini Cooper was located in a parking lot near the Susquehanna River in Lewisburg, Pennsylvania, about 50 miles away from his home. The car was unlocked, and Gricar's cell phone and laptop were missing. However, there were no signs of foul play or struggle at the scene. As investigators combed through Gricar's personal and professional life for clues, they uncovered a series of puzzling details that only deepened the mystery. Prior to his disappearance, Gricar had exhibited behavior that some described as erratic or unusual. He had reportedly searched the internet for information on how to destroy a hard drive and had expressed concerns about being followed or surveilled. Additionally, Gricar's involvement in several high-profile cases raised questions about possible motives for his disappearance. Some speculated that he may have been targeted by individuals seeking retribution or seeking to silence him. Others suggested that Gricar may have chosen to disappear voluntarily, overwhelmed by the pressures of his job, or seeking to start a new life elsewhere. In the years since Gricar's disappearance, countless theories and hypotheses have emerged, ranging from the plausible to the downright bizarre. Some have speculated that Gricar may have suffered a medical emergency or accident, while others have entertained the possibility of foul play or a staged disappearance. Despite the passage of time, Gricar's case remains open and active, with law enforcement agencies continuing to pursue leads and investigate potential sightings. His disappearance has left a void in the lives of his loved ones and the community he served, leaving behind more questions than answers. As the years stretch on, and the memories of Ray Gricar fade into the annals of history, one can't help but wonder, what really happened to this dedicated prosecutor? And will the truth ever be revealed? Or will his fate remain forever shrouded in mystery? Picture this. It's February 2013, and Elisa Lam, a 21-year-old student from Vancouver, Canada, checks into the Cecil Hotel in downtown Los Angeles. Now let me tell you a little something about the Cecil. It's got a reputation, and not the good kind. This place has seen more than its fair share of dark and twisted happenings over the years, from self-unalivings to murders, and everything in between. But Elisa, unaware of the hotel's sordid past, settles into her room, excited to explore the city. Little did she know that her stay at the Cecil would take a turn into the macabre that would captivate the world. It all began when guests at the hotel started complaining about low water pressure and a strange taste in the water. Maintenance workers tasked with investigating the issue made a chilling discovery atop the hotel's roof. Elisa's lifeless body floating in one of the water tanks. Now you might be thinking, how on earth did she end up there? And let me tell you, that's where things start to get really strange. You see, before Elisa's body was found, surveillance footage from the hotel's elevator surfaced, showing her acting in a manner that can only be described as bizarre. In the footage, Elisa can be seen pressing buttons, peering out into the hallway, and even stepping in and out of the elevator as if she's trying to evade someone or something. Her movements are erratic, almost trance-like, and it's enough to send shivers down your spine. What was she so afraid of? What unseen force was she trying to escape? The footage went viral, captivating the public's imagination and sparking countless theories about what really happened to Elisa Lam. Some speculated that she was under the influence of drugs or experiencing a psychotic episode, while others entertain the possibility of something more sinister at play. But here's where things really take a turn for the bizarre. You see, the circumstances surrounding Elisa's death are so strange that they've inspired everything from true crime documentaries to internet sleuths poring over every detail in search of answers. Conspiracy theories abound, with some suggesting that Elisa was the victim of foul play, perhaps at the hands of a fellow guest, or even the hotel staff. Others have floated the idea of something more supernatural at play, pointing at the Cecil's dark history and the strange occurrences that have plagued the hotel for decades. As the years have passed, the mystery of Elisa Lam's disappearance and death has only deepened, with no shortage of speculation and intrigue surrounding the case. The Cecil Hotel, once a place of refuge for wary travelers, now stands as a monument to the unknown, a reminder that sometimes that truth is stranger than fiction. So the next time you find yourself wandering the streets of downtown Los Angeles, spare a thought for Elisa Lam and the unanswered questions that continue to haunt the halls of the Cecil Hotel. And remember, my friends, that sometimes the darkest mysteries are the ones that are never fully solved. This is the story of Diane Augett, a disappearance marked by eerie clues and unsettling mysteries that have left investigators scratching their heads for decades. It all began on a quiet day in April 1998 in the town of Tarpon Springs, Florida, where Diane Augett, a 30-year-old woman known for her free spirit and zest for life, vanished without a trace. It was a seemingly ordinary day when Diane left her home, telling her family that she was going for a walk. Little did they know, it would be the last time that they'd see her. Days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, with no sign of Diane. But what set her case apart were the bizarre and unsettling clues that she left behind. The first clue came just days after Diane disappeared, when a note was discovered at her home. Written in her own handwriting, the note read, "If anything happens to me, he did it." Now, who he was and what danger Diane felt that she was in remained a mystery, leaving investigators with more questions than answers. But it was the discovery of a severed finger that sent shockwaves through the community and captivated the nation's attention. On a desolate road in Odessa, Florida, a man stumbled upon a grisly find, a severed finger lying on the ground, along with a scrap of paper bearing Diane's name. The finger appeared to have been deliberately cut off, leading to speculation about what grisly fate had befallen Diane. Law enforcement launched a massive search effort, scouring the area for any sign of Diane. Despite their efforts, she remained missing for over a year. Then, in May of 1999, hikers stumbled upon a chilling scene in a wooded area in nearby Hillsborough County. Human skeletal remains scattered among the underbrush. Dental records confirmed that the remains belonged to Diane Augett, but the circumstances surrounding her death only deepened the mystery. Investigators were left grappling with a multitude of questions. What had happened to Diane in the days leading up to her disappearance? Who was responsible for her death? And perhaps most perplexing of all, what was the significance of the severed finger and the cryptic note? Despite years of investigation, Diane Augett's case remains unsolved, leaving her loved ones searching for closure and justice. The disappearance of Diane Augett is a haunting reminder that sometimes the truth is stranger than fiction, and that the answers we seek may be hidden in the shadows, waiting to be brought to light. Until then, her story will continue to captivate the imagination and fuels speculation about what really happened to her on that fateful day in April 1998. This is the story of Jennifer Keese, a young woman whose vanishing from Orlando, Florida has left investigators and her loved ones grappling with a multitude of unanswered questions and unsettling mysteries. Jennifer was a vivacious 24-year-old professional living in Orlando, Florida, at the time of her disappearance on January 24, 2006. She was a dedicated and ambitious individual, known for her warmth, intelligence, and strong work ethic. Her sudden disappearance sent shockwaves through the community and left her family and friends reeling with disbelief and anguish. The day of Jennifer's disappearance started like any other. She left her apartment in the morning to head to work, ready to tackle the day ahead. But as the hours passed and Jennifer failed to return home, concern grew among her family and colleagues. When she didn't show up for work and couldn't be reached by phone, alarm bells began to ring. The discovery of Jennifer's abandoned car only deepened the mystery surrounding her disappearance. Her black Chevy Malibu was found parked haphazardly in a nearby apartment complex parking lot, approximately 1 mile from her own apartment. Surveillance footage captured an unidentified individual parking the car and walking away. But despite extensive efforts by law enforcement and the community, the person's identity remains unknown to this day. In the wake of Jennifer's disappearance, a massive search effort was launched, with volunteers combing the area and law enforcement agencies conducting interviews and following up on leads. But as days turned into weeks, and weeks turned into months, Jennifer remained missing, leaving her loved ones grappling with fear and uncertainty. Despite the passage of time, Jennifer's case has never been forgotten. Her disappearance garnered national attention, with media coverage and appeals for information reaching far and wide. But despite the spotlight on her case, answers have remained elusive, and Jennifer's fate remains unknown. Over the years, numerous theories and hypotheses have emerged, each adding another layer of complexity to the mysteries surrounding Jennifer's disappearance. Some speculate that she may have been the victim of a random abduction or a targeted attack, while others entertain the possibility of foul play or a staged disappearance. Despite the lack of concrete answers, Jennifer's family and friends have never given up hope. They continue to advocate for her, tirelessly pushing for answers and justice, determined to unravel the truth of what happened to their beloved daughter, sister, and friend. As the years go by, the disappearance of Jennifer Keese continues to haunt those who knew her and those who have followed her story. And it serves as a stark reminder of the fragility of life and the mysteries that can lurk just beyond our understanding. Until answers are found, Jennifer's case remains an open wound, a testament to the enduring pain of uncertainty and the unwavering determination of those who seek justice on her behalf. The disappearance of Kyron Horman is a haunting and complex tale that has gripped the hearts and minds of people across the nation for over a decade. The story of this young boy's vanishing from his elementary school in Portland, Oregon, on June 4th, 2010, is marked by a series of puzzling events, exhaustive searches, and heartbreaking twists that have left investigators and his loved ones searching for answers to this day. Kyron Horman was just 7 years old when he went missing. On the morning of June 4th, he was dropped off at Skyline Elementary School by his stepmother, Terry Horman, to attend a science fair. It seemed like any other day, with Kyron full of excitement and curiosity about the projects he would see and the friends he would meet. Little did anyone know that it would be the last time Kyron's smiling face would be seen by those who loved him. When the school day ended and Kyron failed to return home, alarm bells began to ring. Concern quickly turned to panic as Kyron's family realized that he was nowhere to be found. They rushed to the school, hoping against hope that he had simply wandered off or gotten lost in the shuffle. But as the minutes turned into hours and there was still no sign of Kyron, the grim reality of his disappearance began to sink in. A massive search effort was launched, with law enforcement agencies, search and rescue teams, and hundreds of volunteers descending on the area to scour every inch of the surrounding landscape. Fields were searched, forests were combed through, and neighborhoods were canvassed. But despite their efforts, Kyron remained elusive. In the days and weeks that followed, the search for Kyron intensified. Flyers bearing his smiling face were plastered on every street corner. Billboards were erected along highways, and his story made headlines across the country. But as the days turned into weeks, and then months, hope began to fade. The investigation into Kyron's disappearance quickly became one of the largest and most complex in Oregon's history. Law enforcement agencies worked tirelessly, following up on leads, conducting interviews, and analyzing evidence in the hopes of uncovering the truth about what happened to Kyron. But despite their best efforts, the case remained mired in uncertainty. One of the most puzzling aspects of Kyron's disappearance is the lack of any concrete leads or evidence. Despite countless tips and potential sightings, none have led to Kyron's whereabouts. There have been rumors and speculation, but no solid leads that could provide the answers his family so desperately seeks. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged about what may have happened to Kyron. Some believe he was abducted by a stranger, while others speculate that he may have wandered off and gotten lost in the wilderness surrounding the school. Still, others entertain the possibility of foul play involving someone known to the family. One theory that gained traction early in the investigation was that Kyron's stepmother, Terry Horman, may have been involved in his disappearance. Suspicion fell on Terry after it was revealed that she had failed a polygraph test and had allegedly exhibited suspicious behavior in the days following Kyron's disappearance. However, Terry has vehemently denied any involvement in Kyron's disappearance and has never been charged with a crime. Despite the lack of closure, Kyron's family has never given up hope. They continue to plead for information and to advocate for their son, holding on to the belief that one day they will get the answers they so desperately seek. For them, the pain of not knowing what happened to Kyron is a daily struggle, but they remain steadfast in their determination to find him and bring him home. The disappearance of Kyron Horman is a tragedy that has left a scar on the community and a hole in the hearts of those who knew and loved him. It serves as a reminder of the vulnerability of children and the importance of never giving up hope in the search for the truth. Until Kyron is found, his case will continue to haunt those who knew him and those who have followed his story, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unyielding determination. Lars Mittank, a 28-year-old man from Germany, embarked on what was supposed to be an ordinary vacation with his friends in Golden Sands, Bulgaria, in June of 2014. Little did he know that this trip would take a bizarre and mysterious turn, leading to his baffling disappearance and leaving behind a trail of unanswered questions. The events leading up to Lars's disappearance are as puzzling as they are unsettling. It all began when Lars got into physical altercation at a bar in Golden Sands. During the altercation, Lars sustained a ruptured eardrum, which left him with severe pain and discomfort. Concerned for his well-being, Lars's friends urged him to seek medical attention and offered to accompany him to a nearby hospital. However, Lars refused their assistance, insisting that he would be fine on his own. He checked into a local hotel, but his behavior became increasingly erratic and paranoid. He began expressing fears that he was being followed or chased by unknown individuals, and he became convinced that he was in danger. Despite his friends' attempts to calm him down and reassure him, Lars's anxiety only intensified. In a sudden and inexplicable turn of events, Lars made the decision to leave the hotel and disappear into the night, leaving behind his belongings and his passport. The next day, Lars was spotted on CCTV footage at Varna Airport, where he appeared visibly distressed and disoriented. He was seen pacing back and forth, looking over his shoulder as if he was being pursued by someone or something. In a state of panic, Lars approached airport staff and frantically requested to see a doctor, claiming that he was being followed and that he feared for his life. In a bizarre twist, Lars then fled the airport, leaving his luggage and passport behind. He was last seen running into a nearby forest, disappearing from sight and leaving no trace behind. Despite extensive searches by local authorities and international efforts to locate Lars, he has never been found. His disappearance remains one of the most perplexing and baffling cases in recent memory, leaving investigators and his loved ones grappling with the agonizing uncertainty of his fate. Numerous theories have emerged about what may have happened to Lars. Some speculate that he may have suffered a mental health crisis or a psychotic episode, leading him to flee into the wilderness in a state of delusion. Others entertain the possibility of foul play, suggesting that Lars may have been targeted or abducted by unknown individuals. But without any concrete evidence or leads to follow, Lars Middink's disappearance remains a haunting enigma, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unyielding hope for his safe return. Until he is found, his case will continue to captivate the imagination and fuel speculation about what really happened to him on that fateful night in Bulgaria. Brian Schaefer was a 27-year-old medical student at Ohio State University when he disappeared on the night of March 31st, 2006. It was supposed to be a night of celebration with friends, as Brian and his girlfriend were planning to leave for a vacation in Miami the following day. The evening began innocently enough, as Brian and his friend, Clint Florence, visited several bars in the area district of Columbus. They eventually ended up at the Ugly Tuna Saloona, a popular bar near the Ohio State University campus. Security footage captured Brian and Clint entering the bar at around 9:00 p.m., but Brian was never seen leaving. When Brian failed to meet up with his girlfriend as planned and didn't return home, his loved ones grew increasingly worried. They reported him missing to police, sparking an extensive search effort to find him. What made Brian's disappearance particularly puzzling was the fact that the Ugly Tuna Saloona had only one entrance and exit, and security cameras captured every person who entered and left the bar that night. Yet there was no footage of Brian leaving the bar, leading investigators to believe that he may still be inside. A thorough search of the bar, including the basement and surrounding areas, turned up no sign of Brian. Despite interviewing patrons and employees and reviewing hours of surveillance footage, investigators were unable to determine what happened to him. As the days turned into weeks and then months, the search for Brian continued, but no new leads emerged. His family and friends were left grappling with the agonizing uncertainty of his fate, wondering if they would get the answers they so desperately sought. Over the years, numerous theories have emerged about what may have happened to Brian, Some speculate that he may have met with foul play inside the bar, while others entertain the possibility that he staged his own disappearance and assumed a new identity. However, without any concrete evidence to support these theories, Brian's case remains unsolved. Despite the passage of time, Brian Shaffer's disappearance continues to haunt those who knew him and those who have followed his story. It serves as a stark reminder of the mysteries that can lurk just beyond our understanding and the enduring pain of not knowing what happened to a loved one. Until Brian is found, his case will remain an open wound, leaving behind a legacy of unanswered questions and unyielding hope for resolution. Thank you so much for listening to all of the stories in this video. I hope you enjoyed them. I also hope that you enjoy the extra rain at the end. Get a good night's sleep, everyone, and I'll read to you in the next video. Bye-bye now.